Morning, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary, finery, everybody else in the audience. Hope you're doing okay today. Got some industry to do, some building to do, usual. So we're just gonna go on in and get started. Okay. Gonna be a little bit of messing around here today, I think. Um, might be doing. I probably will wind up diving in a little bit into a little bit of diving into a little bit of Lua programming at one point. So I realized I had screwed up when I set this tiny factory build up. Um, Without realizing it, um, all my metalworking industry units are basics, which means they can only do up to uncommon equipment. Which means they can't do advanced, which means there's a whole bunch of stuff I can't make. Hey, Orbidity, good to see you. You know something? I'm doing okay. Um, I'd be happier if I was employed, but I endure. Um, it's only bashing if one, they're not around to defend themselves, and two, if it gets disrespectful. But I think it's valuable to clear the air once in a while, and I think it's you know to have both sides discussed and both perspectives discussed, because one of my favorite lines is there's three sides to every story: yours, mine, the truth. Because to quote Aeneas Nin, we don't see things as they are, we see things as we are. So everyone's going to experience or understand a particular event or a particular thing differently. And it's good to compare notes, because often what we find out is that what we thought happened isn't what happened. And if I can provide some kind of, mediative or at least mostly neutral environment where that kind of conversation can happen, well, I think that's just good for the community. If it turns into bashing, I'll get cranky. I'll get cranky about it. Mm. So yeah, I kind of like I was saying, I kind of screwed up, and it turns out all of these things are basic. Yeah, good, bad. I'm the guy with the gun. Um, so yeah, all of my metalworking equipment is basic. I hadn't realized that, so it cuts me off from a whole bunch of gear I need to be able to fabricate with this thing. So I'm in the process of manufacturing some uncommon metalworking machines so that I can replace all of those so I can get on to doing the stuff I want to do, because yeah, I can't produce it. There's just stuff I can't make. So, kind of annoying. I wish I'd realized. Like, I'm sure I thought at the time I was being clever. I was either being clever or I was being inattentive. I'm more inclined to think I was being inattentive. Yeah, the problem with Tiny Factory is it won't tell you that there isn't a machine that'll make what it does. It just churns endlessly trying. Yeah, it was clever at the time, I'm sure. Um, it just churns endlessly trying to find a machine that will make the thing that you've asked it to make. It won't say, "Look, I've checked everything. There's nothing here that does that. Could you try again?" You know, it won't error out. So, um, it took me a little bit of wandering around in circles, as it were, trying to figure out what was going on before I realized before I realized why it was I just seemed to be constantly stuck in this loop with the entire environment sitting here staring but not actually doing anything. Okay. Well, no, that's just the point. Um, I want to be able to do uncommon to advanced equipment. Installing that was a mistake, because everything else around it is uncommon, which of course allows you to do everything up to advanced, which will cover a lot of ground. But for example, I can't make the parts I need to be able to make large transfer units. So no, it's just straight up a mistake. Like I say, yeah. So the way it works is that um, Tiny Factory is interesting in that what it does is it takes apart the list that you want to do into a set of components, and then that component list goes to what are called the chefs, which are these two boards here, and they take a look at the equipment they have available to them, which is in respectively basically, oops, sort of every, so one chef is responsible for everything over here and one is responsible for everything over there. And then they say, well, that's great, except that this thing is actually made up of two different types of parts. So they pass that job off via database to, yeah, exactly, to the line cooks, right? That's the naming convention that Squiz went with, line cooks. And the line cooks make all the subparts, which are then forwarded on via these transfer units up to storage bins, and then the chefs do the final assembly out through the equipment here. So any given piece of equipment on any given line, exactly. So any given piece of equipment will get retasked. Like right now, this one. So right now, this one's doing uncommon injectors, um, and right now this one is doing uncommon electronics, but as soon as they're done making these, they may well be retasked onto doing another associated part. Right, that one's doing uncommon burners, and so it just spreads the workload around to wherever there's an available machine with the available raw materials. So there's so for every set, I've got an uncommon refiner and a basic refiner, because I don't always need the ability to do uncommon ores. Um, but if there is, then it can split the workload over 8 machines in whatever order it happens to need them. Wherever one of these lines needs to be topped off, these machines get tasked. Um, so the problem is it's run by a programming board, or a set of programming boards, which means you have to have a person involved. And so what I find, and it's processor intensive. This is about as big as I can build without it erroring out, without it generating CPU usage and errors. Okay, so this one just spun up. That one just spun up. It's now doing uncommon screws, right? So the the most efficient version of this I found is actually, this one here is 4 lines and 2 chefs. It actually works better as 3 lines and 2 chefs, but you get a fair amount of work out of that. So what you wind up having to do is task off, in the same sort of way that your larger scale factory does. You task off certain jobs. So maybe you've got one area where all this over here is just honeycomb. Instead of assembly machines, it's just honeycomb machines. Maybe you've got one area like this where all it does is produce ammunition, but it produces all of your types of ammunition, right? It's not, and it reconfigures itself based on what ammunition needs to be produced. That's what's interesting about it, is that it cuts down on the amount of machinery you need, because the biggest problem I have with with any size of dedicated factory, is an awful lot of machinery just sitting idle doing nothing. Whereas I'm using much less equipment, but it's not as responsive, right? But if you're doing it, but essentially what it does is it turns running industry into the same sort of a process as doing calibrations. Um, in that you just pop over, you turn some equipment on, you toddle around for a little bit, and then you move on to the next thing, right? So I'll turn this one here off. Um, and I've got another one over here. We'll hit that via, it's my Mattis ground station. We'll go there. Because one of the things, I mean, like for example, even though I turn the controlling board off, what that just means is it's all the machinery that has been tasked to do something is going to keep doing it until it just runs, until that task is done. So in that way, it's no different than, than a regular factory environment where, you know, I need 200 screws. Okay, once that's done, then the machine stops doing anything. So this is another one. This is the prefab version that Squiz was selling. It's everything you basically in an XS core. And he crams two complete production lines in here, and so it's two lines and one chef is the way he's got this one built. But it all. So there we go. Everything here is going to spin up. Once all of this is running, I can just VR back. I can basically close the VR session, go back up to my back up to the base, and get back to work on other things. And everything that, you know, for if it's going to take an hour or 6 hours to run something off on this, it'll keep running. Hey, Amadon, welcome. Good to see you again. So, like I say, it's sort of you sort of develop the same attitude about checking your industry as the way you do your calibrations. I just VR'd around the various locations. I have a button, right? Because you can't interact with the programming board, so I just put a button to it. And I hit the button, it turns the machinery all back on, and, well, and the whole thing runs again. And I just make sure that anytime I visit the place that I refresh skills on the core, so that I know that any, improvements I've made personally, in terms of startup and shutdown and operating and efficiency and all that other good stuff. Um, what has been determined is that it keeps the talents. Um, so yeah, because most of your talents are actually assigned at setup time to industry, not on turn on time. And the ones that are, yeah, no, some testing has been done. Squiz has tested and several others have tested. It seems to behave it seems to, the environment seems to pretend that because I used a button to turn it on, it checks my character sheet and says, "Oh, okay." It doesn't check the robot. It checks the character, and everything seems to run the way you expect it to, which I find interesting. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, well, I suppose that if that's the case, then you know it sort of winds. It's the same argument about using VR to calibrate mining rigs as flying there. Um, but North screen, interesting. Okay, yeah. For me, it's where a lot of where I'm. So that's interesting, Orbidity. Like I say, because that was sort of the opposite of what a few other people have told me. But that's okay. You may well be right. But again, to me, it winds up to being, for me at least, it's the same discussion about calibration via VR versus not. If I'm there anyway, that's one thing. But for example, I've got a mining setup on Sakari. Um, Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and yeah, no, as far as I know, it does not turn the equipment off. So the first time you spin the machinery up, it leaves it leaves all the machinery on. Because, well, basically what happens is it gives all the various equipment jobs, and then and then if they don't if the work is done already, it just goes into idle state, waiting for the condition. Because, for example, it doesn't turn a machine on say, make one and then check, what it does is maintain 10 of these. And the machine just sits there until it either has the material, until it can do the maintain, right? So as long as you turn it on in person, turn the machinery on in person, then you're okay. Yeah, so there we go. So there's a bunch of machinery running now. It's going to keep working on the things it's working on. Yeah, so it doesn't turn the machinery off, as you can tell, because it's still all running. I'm going to pop down the hill real quick. I need to, actually, how am I doing here? Problem. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Good to see you all. Thanks for dropping in. As long as you use a program, have somebody else turn them on, and then use a program board to turn them on. Yeah, okay. That was quite a bounce. Not even that? Oh, okay. So being a programming board doesn't do a skill, because running the programming board doesn't skill check. Interesting. Okay, there's a pile of stuff to pick up. How am I doing for... Cool. Alright. Ah, damn it. So, there's a bug that if you exit this, if you hit the exit on the menu before this thing is spawned back in, it doesn't get told that you have exited, and it stays in the connected state. And I know about it, and every once in a while I forget. Now this thing's stuck until I reboot. Or relog. I'm just curious about something. If I go over here and I check you... No, it is in the off position. Interesting. Reminds me. By the way, that particular bug, and an associated with it that will crash you out exiting a VR session, is driving NQ batty, and they're working hard at fixing it. So, I was chatting with their support organization recently about it. All right. Oh, that's right. I've got a shipment up on the deck I need to go get. And then I think I may try one of the PvE missions. I've got my ship. Go take a look at that. Habitrail by Subnautica, inspired by Battlestar Galactica. All right. And unclaim, and here, and stack. Yep. Yeah, I put a 30% markup on everything I buy for myself because that way I don't have to go get it. So if I spend $1 million on something, I pay $1.3 million, and it shows up. It shows up in the magic box. Yeah, it's tier 2, not tier 3. There. Okay, still chewing on electronics. It's going to be a while to get everything, to get all the parts made. A bit of pain. Really annoyed at myself because I wasted a lot of times but with that mistake, unfortunately. But that's fine. What's also interesting about the Tiny Factory system is that it does not produce much more than it needs. So it essentially calculates, I need 12 or 15 to make this thing, so it makes 12 or 15, not 200. The only time it'll do that is if the only way it'll work is via a transfer unit, is to make the larger number. So it actually runs pretty lean, which means you're much more efficient in terms of your material use. You don't have a whole bunch of stuff sitting in inventory on the odd chance you might need to make one more of something. Now, for reasons of speed, I have it configured to be a little bit less thrifty. Essentially, once everything is once everything is yeah, exactly. On the odd chance you need one engine, right? Yeah. Well, and it's not that, but it's just well, and not only that, it's surprising just how much material gets caught up in things like having enough, casings or lights or blah 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 blah. When you basically say, well, I'll just fill a container full of them. That way, I know I have some. But if you only need 10 basic components, it's not, like that's the yeah. But that's the reason there's only 31 liters of polycalcite in here, because that's all it needed. Because it probably only needed 8 of something, so it made 40, right? And it hasn't made any more because yeah. So for what I'm doing, for what I'm doing at the scale I'm doing it, it's plenty. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. On this side, I'm at 1,300 elements. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, so this side here, which is sort of built as a more conventional factory, is 1,300 elements. Um, so. So I'm just waiting for something. Okay, that, and there you go. CPU script CPU shutdown. So yeah, I have one too many of these lines set up. 3 is okay. 4 it breaks. So just gonna wait for the transfer units to do their thing. Here we are. They're schlepping by hydraulics up to the. So I have all the honeycomb coming out in one location, which just keeps my inventory neat and tidy. Right. I have what I need. And then all the elements come out in a different location and that's kind of, and then you have a recipe list, and it's just, the item ID, and then how many of you want the thing to maintain, and it just sorts the rest of it out. You don't have to think too hard about that. So, which is actually what I like about it. Some days I'm not in the mood to play the complicated game of I need 3 of these and 2 of those and 1 of these and 2 of the other thing, and that all plugs into this other thing to make the one thing I want. Some days that's a fun game. Most days it's in the way of me getting what I want. All right. So that's running. Yep. So those are doing their thing. Slowly loading up with the bits and pieces it needs to build what I want. So, let's go see about that ship. I have never done this before. Not a friggin' clue. Watched some videos, watched Zeef a few times, watched Drax a few times. Not a friggin' clue. See how this goes. So I decided I didn't like the look of the Doom Turtle, tore the whole thing apart in a fit of insomniatic peak, and rebuilt it. Oh, that's literally so Marconi's sorry, Mark ones. It's actually easy. Any given machine can get output to any given location. It doesn't actually all have to go to one box. Um, so you can update. So you can have 10 machines and each of them unloading to 10 different boxes. Um, because the way the machinery works is it doesn't get told make until box full. It gets told make 1 of or make 5. Maintain this many. So if there are that many in the box, you're good. If there aren't that many in the box, it makes more. So it's just literally arbitrarily. It's just an arbitrary matter of where you put your outputs to. Squiz, Squiz dumps everything into one location, so it's easy, in the default build, because it's easy to track and keep, find everything that way. But of course, you're limited to 10 connections, right? 10 in, 10 out. So when you're running with two chefs, each of them potentially running, 5 to 10 connections, you're going to run out. So. Yeah, my pleasure, Mark 1. So what this thing is a ship wrapped in boxes. So you'll notice the interior is a little bit smaller than the exterior. I sort of built this thing based off of a tour I did of a World War II, well, one of the Oberon class, one of the Canadian Oberon class submarines, which was in turn inspired by the last evolution of U-boat design, the Mark 9s, I think it was, incredibly capable submarines. So there's no more room here than you bloody well need. You are walking around with your shoulders hunched kind of thing, but, you know, everything fits. And then I'll show you what the cross section looks like. I'll rip this piece here open. So what it is around that central core. This is actually a real-world design concept. The Vittorio Veneto, which is one of the great Italian battleships. Essentially, this is how her torpedo defenses were built. So it's a box with a gap in it, and so a blast tears the box apart, but there was no real way for the blast to propagate into the vehicle. So this is an outer layer of Inconel. So that is Inconel. That's Inconel. And then that is aluminum, and on the inside of that is carbon graphite. You can see a little bit of it poking out there. And so what I've just done is stack those boxes all around the exterior hull. So it's 50 centimeters of Inconel armor, a 1 meter blast space, and then the interior composite armor of. We're about to find out. We are about to find out. Okay, so let's see. How do you do this?
Mission complete.
Yes, thank you. All right, alien warfare. Let's select a difficulty. Easy. An origin. Mattis. Take mission. I've never done this before. Hang on, here we go. Yeah, I think we're all right. Set portal as destination. Hmm.
Shield activated.
Hmm. Hmm. Intro. Okay, so I'm gonna need. Okay, so I'm gonna need more vertical thrust on it. That's fine. Okay. So that's a thing I just learned. What's the easiest? Well, we'll fix it right now then. So turn this off, and then we'll exit out of the gunnery troops. Exit out of the gunnery chair. Okay, and let's. I think what I'm just gonna do is put a couple of VABs on the bottom, getting off the flight deck. All right. Okay, those are S boosters. Okay. Uncommon freight. There we go. Probably. Inspect. They generate 90,000 newtons of thrust. Okay. Equip. Now, before I do that, and space engine. What's an S motor generate? For curiosity. They generate 90,000 newton. Okay, so one of a VAB is equal to a regular to an S class engine. All right. Okay. And then, so how many newtons of lift do I have here? Okay, so so I've got 4.8 meganewtons of thrust, and that gives me about 5 Gs. So I need about a meganewton to be able to get this thing operational. So that would be like 10 of those friggin' things. Yeah, okay, we'll just install a medium. No! Okay. That's why we check the math. And then these generate 500,000 meganewtons. Yeah, 500,000 newtons. So two of these will do the job of 6 of the. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because it's a 6-to-1 ratio. So one of these is 6 of those. So I can use 2 of these to get the same job done. And the fuel consumption on them though is a little ridiculous. Yeah, it's 900 liters per hour, which is a couple of liters which is 5 liters a minute. The good news is I won't be burning them that long. So we'll equip these. And then I'm just gonna glue you to this wall. Oh, you're gonna be like, yeah, okay. There's not enough room to deploy this thing in here. That's unfortunate. Okay. Alright. What I tend to do is... Oh, I'm in the wrong box. There we go. Can I glue it to the wall and deploy it? Yes, I can. Good. You go there. And you go there. And then G. And then I'll use 7 and go here. And go to here. There we go. And then I grab that and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we do the same thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And up we go. Is that zeroed? That is zeroed. So that's we'll put that at 12. And you are 24. Okay, 12 and 24 does the job. All right. It'll stop reading here in a moment. There we go. Okay. Much better. Just a little kick to get it up out of the gravity field, and away we go. All right. Now. Oh. And our destination is that way. Now, this thing is incredibly friggin' twitchy. So I do have to be careful about that. I'm also not completely familiar with the HUD yet, so a little bit of fussing here is going to be required. Okay, so I'm going to need a couple more maneuvering engines. This is Dead Gunner. This is Dead Gunner's PvP HUD. Yeah, okay. Definitely need some more maneuvering engines. Okay, good to know. Like, I do have docking engines on this thing, right? But you can see them firing there, but they're just not powerful enough to really move the ship around. So I will have to, I think those are smalls. I will probably wind up having to switch them out with mediums, but that's fine. We'll just do this the hard way. Well, not the hard way. The old school way. Just bend the vector. That's weird. I wonder why it has weapons under two categories. Why I have two different weapon boxes. And it split them weird. You'd figured it would have put the lasers into one and the cannons in the other, but it's got three in one and one in the other. That's just odd. Okay, braking distance is 20. I gotta keep an eye on my braking distance and stuff here. $30K on brakes, 40K braking distance. I was slightly inefficient with the brake design and the engine design intentionally, for redundancy. In other words, I'd rather have, one engine, one large engine is 6 mediums, for example, but in this case, I would probably mount the 6 mediums because damage will only take out 1/6 of my engine power versus 100% of my engine power, right? Okay, 100K braking distance. We're gonna ease off on the engine here. Okay, that's my throttle. 0.5 SU for braking. Well, we'll see how it plays out. I've only got 4.5 G's acceleration on this thing. It is a very minimal design, mostly because I need to know that my armor is okay, that the armor build works. There's no point putting a pile of gear into something and they're just going to get written off in testing. And then once I know a little bit better, then I'll work upwards on performance. I can see this being a multiple iterations kind of build. Okay, 1/6 to go. Working down through 1/4. One, 2. Okay. Gonna cut half my braking distance off. Okay, 50K brake. Gonna cut half my braking distance off. There we go. Good morning, Browser Frog. How you doing? And we'll just come to a full stop here, and then we'll do our final maneuver. Okay, we're orbital. Got visual. I don't know how close you need to be to the jump port, so we'll go take a look. Hey, Browser Frog, thank you very much. We appreciate your patronage. Thank you. Just about to try PvP for the first time. Or, sorry, PvE. PvE for the first time. So, let's put the brakes on here. So what do? I suppose I go in here. View mission details. Activate portal. I guess I was close enough. Ah, okay, I see what's going on. Alright. Alright, I have bad guys. Hmm. What's going on here? There we go. Well, I guess we'll pick a waypoint. Away we go. Well, there's one over here at 27 kilometers. That's probably the first one we'll hit. I'm a long way from home. I'm in danger. Okay, so I've got a 100-kilometer identification range. Not a great radar. Again, never done this before. No clue what I'm doing here.
Radar contact.
You are under attack.
Alright, we've got bad guys.
Identifying target. Identifying target. Identifying target identification complete. Target identification complete.
Alright, so how do I shoot? Should probably...
Target selected.
Okay, and then... Start firing. Start firing. Start firing. Start firing. Where are they? Okay, that's going to be a problem. Oh. Okay, a couple of them have jumped out.
Selected.
Okay, so how do I easily change targets here? Ah, thank you. Bit of a clunky UI, that's for sure. Engage that target. Thank you. Oh, I had my brakes on. That's not going to help me at all.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading. You are under
Radar
attack.
contact. Target left.
That's going to be a problem. No.
Target selected.
Target left.
So I should be able to say... 458. No.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading. Identifying target. Target identification complete. Target selected.
Funny that you cannot designate fire from that window. That's really annoying. Oops. It's an escort.
Target left.
Target selected.
This is Dead Gunner. I know there's a way in Dead Gunner to designate your preferred firing target from the command line, and yeah, it just isn't registering mentally right now.
Reloading. Weapon is out of ammo. Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
Okay, he's running away. That's not helping me any. I need to reset my vector completely, so here we go.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
Hey, Darshell, how you doing? Oh, it's very kind of you. Appreciate that. Trying to learn how PvE works. They keep running away from me. More ads? So about 10 kilometers, 10 to 15 kilometers is just about ideal distance, and I screwed that up. I cannot hit this guy to save my life. Like I'm firing nowhere near him. Oh, for God's sakes. No, the problem was I was dumb and hadn't actually engaged the target. Hey, Hawk. Control A, you say? Turn off drift?
left.
Alright, there we go. What's my nearest number here? I got 53 is this one here. Off we go. Yeah, but that's a bad habit. Okay. Alt D. Dampening off. Okay, cool. Thank you. Oh, right. How do you vent?
Radar contact.
You are under attack.
Okay. Well, I'm in anyway.
Identifying target. Identifying target identification complete. Identifying target. Target identification complete. Target identification complete. Identifying target.
Okay, that's...
Target identification complete. Target selected.
Well,
Target left.
I guess I'm gonna find out how good the armor is here in just a moment.
You are
Radar
under attack.
contact. Target left.
Target selected.
Target left.
Identifying target. Target identification complete. Target identification complete. Target selected.
Alt 8 for vent. Okay.
Weapon is out of ammo. Weapon reloading.
Target left.
Target selected. Identifying target.
Target left.
Target identification complete. Target selected. Target selected.
Target left.
Weapon is out of ammo. Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
left.
Shield deactivated.
Alright. Well, the good news is I seem to have survived. Now, 86K is the closest one. That's the one we're going to.
Shield activated.
Thank you.
Reloading.
Okay, that's a good point. We'll take a look at that. Again, first time doing this, so wanted to know what it, But yeah, I can absolutely see basically coming up with a command key palette that I like.
Radar
You are under
contact.
attack. Identifying target. Target identification complete.
Ah, sheepdip. Well, since I'm here. That was kind of dumb.
Radar contact.
Alright, where is he?
Identifying target. Target identification complete. Target selected. You are under
Radar
attack.
contact. Target left.
Identifying target. Identifying target. Target identification complete. Target selected.
Target left.
Target selected. Shield regeneration complete.
I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, I wasn't done venting yet. I didn't realize that. When it said shields were back online, I presumed that meant the shields, that it was done the vent cycle. No, it was still venting during that entire battle. No, I just got blown up. That was that was a core kill. Okay. Well, honestly, it's sort of what I expected was going to happen on the first mission. Ah, hey look, a ship. You know, for a ship that got core killed, this thing is looking to be in surprisingly good condition. I think the message was incorrect. Yeah, I think okay, fair enough. I didn't realize it'd been in there that long. I mean, 20 minutes I think is what the mission length is. Right, that's fun though. That is absolutely fun. Okay. Well, hey, look, a learning experience. Okay. So let's yeah, I think you're right, Hawk. Okay. So, let's see here. Oh yeah, that's oh, trust me, when I was doing Mech Warrior semi-competitively, I lost a lot of matches before I won one. That's just simply that's just simply the fee you pay to get to learn. Same thing when I was real world. I'm you know doing I'm I for well I used to be a fencing coach, sword fighting, and yeah. Um. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a gate, like there's a beacon that you're working around, right? All right. How do I want to do this? So it is that used by anything? Okay. Identify is going to be key 1. Engage is key 2. And reload is key 3. Seems obvious. Um. Yeah. Now. And then. Okay. I'm just curious if. Oh yeah, no, that was wildly ungainly. Um. Yeah. No, absolutely. But again, I just wanted to see what it was like, you know, as was, and yeah, I understand. Um, you'll find with me is I'm not a fan of cargo cult thinking. I need to know. I don't need to know not only just the what, I need to know the why. Um, select lock fire. Where do I find that at? Oh, really, Conk? Well, thank you. Where do I find that at, Frog? Oh, okay, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, select, then lock, then fire. Yes. Yeah, the problem is, Omadon, is that it's ultimately a bad habit. Because it gives them a 100% hit chance. So what I'm trying to learn is to keep a essentially an angular momentum compared to the firer, so that I'm drifting across. Yep. Take care of yourself. Appreciate you dropping in, Mark. Take care of yourself. All right. Well, that's my take on it. You know, that's something I learned when I was doing stuff when I was doing PvP in Eve. Is you either learn and when I was teaching fencing, you either learn to do it right, or you waste a lot of time doing it wrong and then learning to do it right when you cap out on your ability. How much munition do I have? Okay, I got plenty of. Okay. All right. Well, let's try it again. I didn't take any damage. I was just gonna say all they did was punch. It was okay. Set destination, and away we go. I did blow about half of my booster fuel, which I do need to be aware of. That's my EK fuel. Lock, fire, reload.
Reloading.
There we go. Yeah, it's not the you hit them numbers, it's the them hit you numbers that are the issue. And yeah, low level it can't break the shield, but like I say. Ah, good point. Let me coast here. Okay, I got 10k. Let me go take a look at that real fast. Controls. Previous target, next target. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go previous is 4, cycle is 5, and actually no. Let's go with hostiles. Okay. Next hostile will be 5. That's an easy one to find. Previous hostile will be 4. Okay, I can remember that. Nope. That's 4. That's 6. Okay. So 5, if I hit 5, it'll lock on, it'll grab a hostile. And otherwise, it will, I can just cycle through targets by 4, and 6. That's going to be easy to remember. Yep. Tap 5, and I do that actually because that's how I do a few MMOs. It's using my number keypad is a very familiar way for me to manage that kind of stuff, so that I don't have to think too hard about that. Okay. No, I haven't tried it in first person yet. I mean, hypothetically, there's no reason not to. Doesn't really matter if I can see. Okay, great, we'll try it. All right, let's see how that works. All right, so here we are. So I ought to be able to therefore... Now, okay, can't get at it from in here. Get a hub one. Okay. All right. You need a programming board? Okay, I'll hook it up.
You are under attack.
Okay, well, hey, look, bad guys. Whoops. Helps if I turn them in. Yeah. There we go. Let's light up the engines.
Identifying target. Target identification complete. You are
Radar
under attack.
contact.
Identifying target. Identifying target identification complete. Target identification complete.
Oh, that's a fighter elite. Oh, charming. Okay, let's actually target the
Target selected.
and engage him. Let's scratch the other guy first. Reduce the number of guns firing at me here.
Target left.
There we go.
Target selected. Identifying target. Target selected. Target identification complete. Target selected. Target selected.
Okay, so okay, it's just these two. Okay, that's easy enough.
Target selected. Target selected.
That guy.
Target selected.
Target left.
Target selected.
Ah, you just skip warped.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
Radar.
You are
Radar
under attack.
contact.
Identifying target. Target identification complete. Identifying target. Target identification complete.
Okay, one of these guys is already fairly low. Okay, they melt pretty quickly.
You are under
Radar
attack.
contact.
Alright,
Target selected. Identifying target. Identify weapon is out of ammo. Target identify reloading. Weapon is out of ammo.
that,
Target selected.
kill that one.
Weapon is reloading.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I actually saw it and wasn't sure if it was going to be valuable, so I didn't want to get into the complication of setting it up, but thank you. I'll hook that. I actually have the file downloaded, I just hadn't done anything with it yet.
Target left.
Target selected. Target selected.
Target left.
Target selected.
Hey you just ran into friends.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading. Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
An elite. This is gonna
You are under
Radar
attack.
contact.
splash. Alright.
Identifying target.
As soon as I get this one locked up,
Target
engage it.
identification complete.
Get these ones locked.
Identifying target. Identifying target. Target identification. Target identification complete.
Target left.
Okay.
Target selected.
Good, that's the fighter. Want that one. Bad time to maneuver. That frigate hits hard.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
Target left.
Target selected.
Where is he? There he is.
Reloading.
To see spaceships on Bankhead.
Escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Okay. Get her. Come back here. That's a good one. I said come back here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to vent after if I can catch this bloody frigate. I'm gonna need to vent afterwards. I'm hitting him. I got 15 minutes.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
It's just under the N and the W in Alien Warfare if you look straight down above the green bar. Come back here. Alright, finally tearing a chunk out of his shields here. Come on. Yeah, he wants no part of this. I am in... Oh, for God's sakes. What is going on? Okay, that's me being stupid. Apparently I tapped I tapped my fire button and I wasn't paying attention and yeah, okay. I've been taking hits and not shooting back. Not very bright. Okay. I must have been after the last reload as I hit both buttons and not one. Okay. That's not good news. That's gonna cost me. Sorry, the bright white flashes I thought were outgoing fire, and now I see, well, okay. Still learning. That explains why it was taking so long to knock his shields down.
Radar
Under attack.
contact.
Alright, let's, they just jumped in on top of me.
Identifying target. Identifying target. Identifying target. Identifying target. Target identification. Target identification complete. Weapon his you are under
Radar
attack.
contact.
Reloading. Target selected.
Here we go. Alright. So it does not resume firing after reload. Didn't realize that.
Target left.
Target selected. Target selected.
Ah, interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, definitely need to improve my lateral maneuver engines then.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading. Shield deactivated.
Alright, now we're going to see how good the armor is.
Shield activated.
Target left.
Target selected.
Ah, not identified target. Identify.
Target.
Identify.
Identifying target.
I want to get those drones down before I engage the frigate.
Target identification complete.
Reduce the number of guns.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
Target left.
Target selected.
Alright, so I've lost an adjuster.
Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
Yeah, I'm in trouble, actually. I'm in a tumble. Trying to minimize. Yeah, exactly. Just trying to minimize the tumble before I start accelerating here.
Target selected. Target selected.
Target left.
Target selected. Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading. Weapon is out of ammo. Reloading.
Braking distance is 15K. There we go, full brakes. Okay, and then F8. And then I can exit mission, activate the portal.
Target left.
Okay.
Shield regeneration complete.
Screw that. No, I can do repairs this way. Oh, huh, well that's awkward. Okay, what's going on here? Alright, I'm snaggled up on the chair. Okay, well, build mode. Let's do this the obvious way. 8. 9. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. There. Okay. Do you mind? Thanks. Okay. Let's go see how bad. Oh, very bad. Nanopack. Oh, right, because officially I died. Yeah. Yeah, I was just making too many silly little mistakes as a result of unfamiliarity. Okay. So in reality, the armor held up. I got some deformation and spalling, but not awful. Okay, so I took some serious hits on the stern quarter, which I hadn't expected. But even that, it looks like the armored box design works. Because a couple of those hits were landed by the frigate, right? And the combination of the Inconel and the box design seems to be doing it. Honestly, minimal damage. I've been known to do more damage to one of my ships while trying to enter an atmosphere. Let's just be blunt. All right. Okay, so, alright, so I do have some blow-throughs. Like here you can see I gouged in and it actually chunked. Okay, so that is a weak spot, right? We did blow through there. But yeah, there's at least a meter separation between most things. Yeah, agreed. I couldn't figure out a way to mount the radar, which is the reason it's actually facing aft, Hawk. Was I couldn't figure a way to mount the damn thing and still have it see backward and still have it able to see. Right? So I've got it. So I've got it tucked back there with the idea that most of the shots will be coming at me from the front quarter of the ship. Although, I suppose there's no reason, for example, like, I've got a notch back here under this engine pod. That would protect it on two sides from glancing hits, or I could tuck it right in over the top of that engine, couldn't I? I hadn't thought of that. So, okay. So, basically at that point I've lost the engines anyway. Now, are you... Okay, you don't like that. That is technically red. Okay. You gonna let me get away with that? No, doesn't like that. This is the problem I had, is that any of the places I wanted to... Too close to the engine. Okay. Well, let's do it this way, then. You gonna let me get away with that? So... Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's legal. It doesn't seem to be complaining. Okay. Because again, the whole idea is that, you know, most of the impact should be coming here. Basically the whole from here, well, the pilot cockpit, the pilot area actually starts in line with these adjusters. All of this is just boxed to absorb hits. But yeah, I can see here I got torn through on the side. So, okay. So I'm going to need, well, what it means is that the my plan to put some sloping and stuff on it just to pretty it up is non-optional, actually. I'll have to do some exterior molding just as to cover off those corners. Okay. You know, there's a few places. The boxes got deformed, but not enough to do damage. All right. So generally speaking, it works. All right. Well, we'll go back to the barn, and I'll do some repairs, and we'll give this some thought, because this has been fun and interesting, but also, yeah. I don't recall if I did. I mean, yeah, that'd be a pain in the ass, but okay. Mission failed. Okay, that's fine. Alright. And we're JBA'd. Yes, Syncopia, that is this afternoon. This afternoon my time, Eastern time. 2 p.m. Eastern. is the next installment of the Novian Challenge. Yes, you are correct. But yeah, this is fun. I could certainly get used to this. Okay, so so you're thinking still everything's a little too close together, huh? Okay. Well, I've got some front to back. I'm at about 80% of maximum length. And I've got plenty of room width-wise. So I could space some stuff out more. Because cross-section doesn't factor in anymore at all. So there's no reason to not use more space. Okay. It's promotional. You know, it's there to generate a little bit of giggles and fun. So I agree with you that ultimately in the future, Hawk, they're going to have, they need to expand outwards a bit. But right now they needed something fun that was going to showcase the game in a way that basically made for some laughs, and also took the mystique out of a few of the big names. I'm not one of them, by the way. But folks like Ryan, Pride, and Drax, you watch these guys building these epic monster ships or these huge factories, and you think there's got to be some kind of magic, or you'll never be able to get that. And then you watch them doing this stuff, and you find out they're just regular people. Yeah, they don't hover when they pull their pants on. They do it the same way as everybody else. And so, from that perspective, I think it's okay. I agree with you that, I'm always torn about this discussion because it's a sandbox game. So at some point, the whole point of a sandbox is the players, you give the players a world, and the players figure out what they want to do with the world. When you get into things like Elite Dangerous, well, trust me, I'm not one of the favorites. Let's just be honest about that. I'm not one of the favorites. I'm too much of a loudmouth schnook to be a favorite. But initially, you have to start somewhere. With any media relations campaign, you have to start somewhere. So this is where they're starting. If this had been a dud, if no one could be bothered to give a damn about this, then that sort of says where the community is as a whole. But they've gotten some actually good, some good feedback, a lot of positive, on it. And so this is a way to, the first thing that they have to do, from my perspective at least, Hawk, is they have to market the game to the players. That is the first thing that they have to do, because I've taken sales courses. One of the biggest mistakes you can do is go chasing after new customers while leaving your existing customers mad at you. So one of those things they have to do is sell the game to the players they have. Because it is my opinion that a significant number of the player base don't remember what this game is about. For whatever reason. I'm not going to conjecture. But the behavior I have seen in terms of chat and other things, keep in mind, I've been threatened with being swatted for saying nice things about the game. Let's just keep some context here, okay? Well, again, there's that question about content. Okay, so let's talk about content. What is content in a sandbox game? So if you go the Elite Dangerous route, you make people mad, because Elite Dangerous decided that they were going to create a war. and as a result, literally now have to run two versions of the game universe. One where the war is happening, and one where it is not. That's what happens when you try and put content into a sandbox game. What is Eve's new content? Kind of the same thing, but the Eve universe is so damn big, you can just ignore the stuff you don't like. There's the problem we have right now is that we're stuck in this in-between state where there aren't enough players right now to justify the number of planets they have open. You could run this game off of Alioth alone, and nothing would change. Okay, you could run this game off of Alioth alone, and nothing would change. If all this game was asteroid mining, was asteroid mining and asteroid mining, PvP, and industrial operations centered around Alioth, the actual game wouldn't change much, because the number of planets for the head count we have, a planet is huge. There are 100,000 tiles on Alioth. Right? Alioth alone, 100,000 tiles. So, to me, the whole discussion about, and again, this is why I say they need to remarket this game to the player base, because the players need to be reminded what the game's about. It's a sandbox. Simple mechanics? Okay, what simple mechanics? Keep in mind that there are some people like me who don't like how simple the mechanics are. I think they've oversimplified a few things to the point of irritation for me. So, okay, so how do you make me happy? Okay, alright. Okay, no, that's fair. So cosmetics, you would consider cosmetics, for example, valid content. Oh, okay, so still not following you, Darth. You mean like a skill set for doing repairs? Do you mean? Okay, I get you. Okay. So, simple machines. Simple machines. Yep, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, okay, I understand now. Yes, thank you, Syncopia. Yeah, I agree. That'd be cool. I was very disappointed to find out that oh, it's okay, Darth Shell. It's completely okay. You know, again, your English is better than my Russian. We'll make it work. Mining lasers, we have them. People hate them. We have mining lasers in the game already. People hate them. Except for the people that love them. Yeah, oxygen, I think the recipes are a little weird that they don't, that oxygen is, that, and so oxygen and what's the other one? Are hydrogen are waste products unless you desperately need them. Um, yeah, would like, I agree with you there. I would like to see some better mechanism for recycling. The way recycling is implemented right now is just awkward. I would like to see that improved. That's for sure. Yep, agreed. Yeah, that's to me that would be the yeah, if there I was just going to say to me that's the biggest thing that's missing is the ability to point a recycling unit at or a similar piece of equipment at a container and say anything I put into this just recycle it. Yeah, okay. No, those are reasonable. Yeah, the problem actually there, Darth. The problem there, Darth, actually is not generally speaking on NQ's end. It's a function of them not running a peer-to-peer network for content. See, the way a lot of games get around this problem is they do one of two things. Is they either make every peer responsible for its own content management, or they just say, well, you know something? Not our problem. And if you're lagged to hell and it kills you, we don't care. So the way that Nova Quark does things, and I thought this was very interesting, and it's an artifact of the way of the original design. Whether it's a good design or not, is open for conjecture. I will not register an opinion on that. I haven't read the code, but peer-to-peer, where where essentially all machines in the network share data equally. So if there are three of us, all three machines are talking to each other, as opposed to all talking to a central box, which then talks back. So, for example, if you're playing World of Warships, first off, simplify, much easier environment because the world can't change. That's the first thing. So the way they get around the whole world changing problem is that this one's a bit of a brain breaker, but follow me here. So let's say there's three of us playing, myself, Hawk, and Darth Shell. We're all playing in the same area, and my machine is absolutely trash, and Hawk and Darth Shells have good machines. So here's how it works. I make a change. My machine pushes the change slowly up to the server. The server then informs the other two machines that, hey, a change has been made. Stop. Here's the change. Then Hawk's machine says, yep, got the change. Darth's machine says, yep, got the change. Now Darth makes a change. His machine pushes the change up to the server, and the server tells all three clients, stop! And then the change gets pushed back to Darth's machine. Yep, got it. Hawk's machine. Yep, got it. My machine. Oh, you were talking to me. Yep, got it. The other two players cannot move until my machine replies. That's when you get these, when you go mining in an asteroid and you're all alone by yourself and suddenly you start getting that error message where you're trying to mine and you get a little error message saying to you, I can't remember what the exact one is, but it's a little pop-up that says, hang on a second, you can't make a change yet. That's because somebody else has wandered into the area and they're downloading all the changes to the asteroid. And if they're running a potato, every time you make a change, your machine has to wait for their machine to say, oh, yeah, I got the fact that he scooped out some more rock now. He can scoop out some more rock. Oh, I see he made another change. Hang on. Oh, I'm really slow, so I didn't get that. Could you repeat yourself? Okay, yeah, I did get that one. Yep, okay, he can make another change now. That's how it works under the hood. Multiply that by 60 people for a 30 on 30 PvP battle. Keep in mind that an S core is 8 megabytes of data just for all the possible vertices. Yep. Mining units, I think, are I agree with you on mining units, but not for but for a different reason. Fair enough, Syncopia. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize how the back end of this thing works, and once I explain it to them, they go, oh. And the problem is there's practically no other way you can do it, because, well, the amount of change that is possible.
Shield activated. Shield activated.
What's... Oh, the, flight unit's still turned on.
Shield deactivated.
But, so... And once you realize that, for example, that for one player to look at this ship, it requires them to download 8 megabytes of data just to get the box on the outside, like all the vertices and stuff. And then you put 60 people all looking at this ship, and they all have to wait for the slowest player to say, yeah, I saw a ship. And then someone shoots my ship and changes it, and everyone has to wait for this. Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, we actually did get a blow through. Look at that. So that went through the top box straight through. Okay. So, but the box worked. Okay. Interesting. It's good to know. So, let's go find out if I may. Let's go find out if I. Well, I'm probably gonna strip the ship and start over again anyway to respace all the components. But let's just go see if I did remember to make a manual. Okay. I do not have a manual snapshot. So yeah, okay. Oh, and I actually did lose 3 engines. I didn't see that. Okay. So what I'll probably do is just manually scrap the Inconel off the hull and then respace everything and rebuild the box frame and try it again. But given the fact that I lost shielding in the middle of a fight and was getting hammered on by a frigate, yeah, I'm okay with that. Again, proof of concept. Design, fly, iterate. Okay, and I will see what I can do, Hawk, about trying to get some more space between the components. Now, for stuff like adjusters and that, same. Do you feel the same way about that, or is that just or adjusters acceptable casualties? It's the interior components we're mostly worried about protecting, right? Okay. So so come up with a better way to space the adjusters around, and okay, all right, interesting. Okay. That will change the way I think about the design, that's for sure, because I'm used to doing these adjuster balls, right? Interesting stuff. Yeah, that's cool. That is really cool. I can see why Zeef gets a kick out of it. Okay, I was wondering if that made a difference at all. Yeah, so because I know, for example, like I did that over here, for example, with the with the maneuvering thrusters, right? That's these things here, and so apparently there are 3 of them and got mission killed somewhere on the ship. But okay, um, but and you know this is legal. That works just fine. I just wasn't sure if, like for example here. You know, if essentially that was okay. If, you know, that actually would amount, it would actually change anything in terms of armor. Or am I just making it, you know, because if that works, then okay. Or, you know, is that enough? Because, you know, officially that works, the cone, you know, still visible cone. Okay. Like, does that get any armor protection at all like this, or am I better off doing it the way I had it before? With a little, you know, submerge it in, give it a cutout. More than surface. Okay. But that would be better still. Okay. All right. All right. So that's how I'll... Okay, that's cool. That's a thing I just learned. Thank you very much. All right. Because if that's the case, because, you know, sort of riffing on that idea... Yeah, don't have enough material. I could basically build up a blast lip around the edge of it. You know, just grab a little bit of material here. So I'm going to strip this out later anyway. Here. So if I do, you know, just curious about something. Hey, Adjuster, you going to complain about that? Okay, that counts as blocking. Yep. Hmm. Okay. I think you're seeing the purple Lumi. That's not that. Yeah, that's clear as far as that's concerned. There's nothing that's not blocked, which is interesting. Yeah. Okay. So sink it in, and then build a blast, and then basically just and where I can put the extra layer of blast shield around the outside of it, just for the to clip off odd angles. No, totally legit, man. I appreciate all your advice, by the way. Thank you. New skills, right? New skills. Okay. Yep, I'm up to skill 2 on most of my lasers and cannon things now. Noob. All right. But yeah, okay. So yeah, that's what I'll do. Is I'm gonna I'll tear it down here in a minute. And that's not gonna take long. Yeah. I'll tear it down here in a minute, and I'll rearrange the element layout a bit, and we'll go from there. Because I only have to build half a ship. And I'll have to replace the S lateral engines with M's. The S's just aren't powerful enough. But now I know. Okay. General stores. I'm just going to grab all of this and throw it in here. Okay. And we'll detank in a minute. There we go. Yeah, that was cool. I had fun with that. Once I'm sure I'm not going to break them right away, absolutely. I want to actually I actually want to know what I'm doing before I get better gear. That's just the way I tend to prefer to. That's sort of the way my head works. If I run the risk of getting a bunch of expensive stuff broken because I made a noob mistake, rather not do that. But yeah, when I'm a little bit more comfortable and understand a little bit more what I'm doing, yeah, for sure. You know, when I'm not making simple mistakes like forgetting to actually shoot. Doesn't matter how good the guns are if they're not turned on. All right. Yeah, okay, so this thing is going to get back into production. Do I have any Inconel in here already? Oop, wrong button. Wrong box. Okay. No. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll post the chords for you, and if you want to drop some stuff off, I won't argue. Like I say, particularly if it's already, pre-owned, and you just, it's spares and extras from your perspective, then okay, sure. So... This thing here is a public Dropbox. So, what core am I on here? This is parking 01. Okay. So yeah, I got a public Dropbox here. I'll double check the permissions on it just to be sure. It's been a while since it's gotten used. Okay, yes, I do need to set up. Yeah. And who owns this? This is actually owned by Wolfstar. Okay. And this is public drop. Put items in container. There we go. And save policy. And this, we're going to advanced. Set element rights. And we'll create a new tag. And we will call this tag, thank you very much, Omadon. Don't forget, you can always catch it, awesome, will do. Thank you, God Kung Hawk. Yeah, Omadon, what I'll do, don't forget, you can always catch the VOD later on. They post them usually the day or the day after, so you can always go back, and even if you missed the challenge this afternoon, tonight, you can always watch it tomorrow. Worse the day after. Oh, I totally agree with you, Omadon. All right, cool. That's taken care of. All right, so now, yep, so what I'm going to do is strip the Inconel off this thing, rearrange the interior a bit. And then I'll sort it out from there. You see what I mean by the blast boxes, eh? So just these. That's all it is. And easy to put together. Basically goes together like Lego. And generates a fair amount of armor. Yeah. In fact, we might as well just grab one here. And like I say, it's actually a real-world design. The Italians came up with this for the Vittorio Venetti as torpedo protection. Absolutely fascinating design. And And it has, this actually has become sort of the progenitor to what's called radically spaced armor. So, yeah, you get a half meter of armor. You know, in a perfect world, this thing should be taller than it is wide. I probably want to fix that, but as an initial design for testing, yeah, KISS principle, make it square. Ah, oh, forget my. Oh gosh, yeah, totally agree. That's actually, for me, part of why I have fun with this game, is because it's the puzzle-solving aspect of it, right? They're all puzzles of my own making, but that doesn't make them less challenging. Alright. Alright, so what I'm gonna do... Alright, now... Just sit here for a moment. Let's stack this mess. There we go. Okay. I have more projects than I have time. Right. I mean, legit. Okay, right. So the adjusters and small stuff can just come on, the brakes, blah, blah. I'm just going to throw that straight back into general inventory, and I will sort it out later. The engines, I was thinking I was possibly going to need to, pending operation. Someone's near me. That's the name of the thing. Yeah, pending operations. Anytime you get in one of those, that means there's someone around you who's in the process of getting, who's dependent. Who are we talking to? I'm talking to me mostly. If you folks all happen to be listening, that's cool. Yeah. No, I can't remember what I was saying. Oh well. Go. No, sorry, I was just... Oh, hey, look. Go away. Okay. Ah, okay, there's a couple of adjusters and stuff here I need to repair. Anything else? Don't think so. Yeah, there's a little damage on the forward thrust, on the reverse engines. That's predictable. Yeah, I actually got precious little actually destroyed. I'm kind of impressed about that. I figured when the shield came down, there's a frigate beating on me. I was going to get gouged pretty badly, but cool. All right. The rest of it, I think I actually just want to keep here. Now, what are you? You're a small. I must have been using XS engines for the maneuvers then. Yeah, if that's a small, I was using XS for maneuvers. Okay. That would... Yeah, alright. Okay. So we'll use smalls for the maneuvers. Let me go over here. You can sort of do that. Orb was doing that for a while before they packed up and left, but what they did was they had a PvP carrier. And they would just take a bunch of folks out. Yeah, bitter reality of things there is that, yeah, quite commonly, you only get about 10% of the folks in a chat actually chatting. That's just the way it is. Yeah, but what they were doing was they had a PvP fleet carrier that they would take out, and I'm sure you knew this. You probably got into a couple of punches with them, but and they just cruise out and what are you? You're Matting Canal. Yeah, that's what I wanted. They take a bunch of new folks out, and all they basically asked, well, warp out to the edge, cruise out to an asteroid, provide PvP top cover in case they got attacked, and then bring them all home. And all they basically asked was, a small donation to cover the cost of the warp cells, which was kind of cool, I thought. All right. Here we go. Building a better blast box. And what are you? You're Matting Canal. That's the right... Okay, so it's here. Okay, that's the mistake. I knew there's something there that didn't look right. There we go. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. And yeah, I mean, OPSEC is OPSEC. I can't imagine... I was just going to say, and, I can imagine there would have been a certain number of groups who would have been content to troll you folks just for the sake of trolling, but... hang on, I want to put some music on. I've discovered, and I complained to NovaQuark about this, that if I'm playing NovaQuark's in-game music, and this isn't uncommon, I have the same... a few streamers had the same problem with Cyberpunk 2077. If I'm playing the in-game music, I get copyright poked by the by the Twitch bot. So, put something else on and put some music on to listen to. So while I do like the ambient music, I basically can only listen to it if it's just me playing. there it is. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. If you don't know what you're doing, at least do it neatly. There we go. All right. Now, I keep forgetting. Oh look, a conveniently placed box. Yes, okay. You are a basic... Okay, so it's basic... an S container is the height of a human. So S container is the height of a human, and an M container is the area is the volume for a hallway. In case you're wondering about interesting ways of measuring ships. Okay. So... Alright, so that's... Okay, that's what I wanted. Alright. Cool, cool. Alright. So... Let me grab this. Hey, Jap Bus, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, there's another one. Okay, there we go. Okay, then I need... I shoot enough people to learn. You know, you shoot enough people to learn. Huh? Oh, okay, I see. So that would... Oh, okay, so no matter what I do, I'm not going to get a whole number. Okay, fine. Okay, and I'm going to get the same thing here. Okay. So 15. Okay. Okay. So all right. All right. Okay, the lights we don't need. Did I? Okay. So yeah, we're good. Okay. Oh, no, one there. A couple over here. All right. So oh, absolutely, Syncopia. Um, yeah, I just gonna say I like it too much to let the project wane just because because someone's gone, getting on with themselves and they've got other things they'd rather do. So, um, I get a kick out of it and I find it personally useful and it appeals to my sense of the way I like to play D. So, all right. So let me spin this thing around like that. So let's just play a little game. I'm going to go here. Right. And let's do something a little different. Because I can't not have stuff sticking through blast boxes anyway, because, something, engines, for example. So let's take advantage of that. As opposed to having it a problem, let's make it a feature. All right. I don't like the Doom Turtle look, but we can still have some fun with this, I think. Right. So there we go. So the first thing I'm going to say is I'm not going to use the insidemost box. That's statement number one. So let's grab you, drag you over here, and you're going to go in here. Okay, I'm just close enough. All right, so that's as good as it gets. Can't get any more than that. Fair enough. All right. And then let's grab... Oh, I got another one of these little maneuvering motors here I'd forgotten about. What are you? Oh, no. Okay, yeah, you're legit. You're supposed to be there. So we're going to grab you. Oops. What the hell? Oh, I see what I did. Wrong button. All right. Scoot around here. There we are. So I'm going to need another box. Now, there's nothing stopping me from doing this either. Right? Because that's a decent amount of gap in all cases. And then we can do the same idea right beside it. Right. Okay, the radar, I'm just going to temporarily glue it to the roof here. And yeah, I know I can put those fuel tanks anywhere I want them, but that's not the point. I'm being, I completely understand I'm being ridiculous. It looks better. Reminds me of my archery instructor. You know what a good-looking bow is? You know what a really good-looking bow is? Oh, what's that? The one that puts the arrows in the gold all the time. That's a really good-looking bow. Okay. Can't disagree with that statement. All right. Okay. So now I need to duplicate this whole thing. Like so. That still gives me interior access. Okay. There. Okay. Now, let's be a little bit of a pendant. There. I basically space everything with a blast box in between it. That ought to still make the interior usable, in a submarine sort of usable, but also should mean that I ought not to be quite so cramped in terms of exposure to blast effects. that. So that'll go there. Gonna grab you. And just glue you over here for a moment. Gyro can sit up here for a moment, for want of anywhere else to put it. Do I want to rotate that tank? I don't think I have to. And there we go. Right. Alright, do this. There we go. Okay. Just realized there was a very not clever in my design here. Why would I put my chair at the end of the ship I intend to get shot at most? Could someone explain that decision to me? Hey, Louie, so yeah, you see this end here? Yeah? Well, this is the end that takes all the bullets. Okay, so where do we sit? Right there beside it. I don't know, George. Okay. I think we might be onto something here. Not sure what it is, but we might be onto something. Ah, okay. I am skewed that. Okay, so just undo. Okay, not gonna let me. Well, fine, I don't like you either. That's fine. Okay, that gets me back here. I'm okay with that. Again, if you don't know what you're doing, at least do it neatly. Oh. Did I? Yeah, I have been putting this in upside... bloody hell. Oh well. I'm, that. Okay. Okay, that's kind of funny, but also dumb. Yeah, I'm just gonna flip that around. That's gonna drive me nuts if I don't fix that. Although, admittedly, the interior would be a whole lot less dark if I used it the way I had it. But what the hell am I doing here? How did I manage to... Oh, okay. I see what I did. I don't mind. I don't mind that. Yeah, that's not actually a problem. Okay. I need to redo this bit here. So we're like that. There we go. Okay. And I need another one up here so I can get... Okay. Kind of starshipy looking, maybe? If I look at it, if I stick my tongue out and squint real hard? Okay. So now... Go. Okay. Thank you. All right. Yes, we would definitely like to have a ship shape. Okay. Go. Alright. Yeah, it might wind up ship-shaped yet. We'll see. Alright. So... let's get the first layer of boxes around it, and then... Okay. So that's sort of the low deck, right? And then we'll have the gun blocks up front. Pilotage will be up there. This will wind up being a weak spot, but what I can do is put my access hatch basically over the... Well, no, don't want to put it over the shield generator, do I? I'll have to think about that. It might wind up being back here. I come down here and I can walk around and up. I think that may wind up being how it gets done. But that basically gives me a full blast block above my head. Okay, let's get the rest of this filled in for this deck. There we go. That'll go there. Oh, ooh, no, don't do that. I need to be able to... Hang on a sec. Need to be able to get at those engines to make repairs. I suppose I can spacewalk to fix them. Yeah, maybe not spacewalking in a gunfight. Maybe that's a good idea? Yeah, so I think we'll put this here. I'm thinking not spacewalking in a gunfight's a good idea. Yeah. We'll put that there. Okay. We can do this. And then this will go here. Yep. And this can go here. And we can split this difference, I guess, like that. Yep, okay, obviously I need floor there. Okay. And then I just need to tidy up this piece up here. Like that. There. So it gives me my front contour. We can do this. So yeah, the idea is that once it's survived a couple of combat missions, then what I will do is go over it with probably plastic or something relatively inexpensive and pretty it up a bit. Right. There. Yeah, a little bit of decor, and that'll look for it pretty reasonable. Okay. So now we're gonna come in. Well, all right. I need to finish the roof, as it were. In this case, I don't need to be that high anywhere else except where it is. And I'm gonna sit the back here. There. And then what? Do a dragon back spine on it, I guess, or a turtle back on it. Work for the Germans. Sure, it'll work for me. There we go. That can just finish like that. No, that'll have to be a custom cut. Don't want the boxes that heavily overlapping. Okay, and then here. That. That's fine. I'll leave it like that. Um... This just might bloody work, you know that? Okay, obviously enough, we've got the caps and stuff to do. Alright, let's get the floor straightened out here. The wrong button. Copy. Okay, that's actually a problem. Do you see why? There's no inner wall here. I've got a gap here in my, I mean, there's a blast box there, but this needs to get closed up, so yeah, okay. Go. Alright, and yeah, and they got this. Alright, and... Ooh, okay. Yeah. The incoming antimatter missile thinks you're very cute when you're faking it. Okay. And, all right, this needs to get closed up. Yeah, I need a box on top of that. Okay. And these need to be sealed as well, so we'll start working on that. Now that, the ceiling panel, as it were, needs to be done with Inconel. I'm just going to go ahead another whole other box, fix that gap, and we'll start putting caps on things. Uh-huh. Well, this one's just going to be a little different. I'll do this. Yeah, that winds up getting another box sit right on top of it. There's just no way to fix that otherwise. I can do that, which doesn't look terrible. It adds a little bit of contour at least. Okay. Now, we'll go over here. If I get any interior intrusions where basically a hunk of wall from the from this cuts into the corridor, I'll just nip it out, right? But okay, and that one's a weirdo. So it just winds up here. Like, that's okay. And again, this is punching armor, right? Just there to take some hits. And that needs to get sealed. And that means this needs to move forward. Like that. So then, yeah, it doesn't look bad. I'm okay with that. Okay. And then... So these all need to be sealed up on the interior. Right. That. we go. And there's gonna have to be some tiddly finish that needs to get done once the what basically when it's time to put the other half of the ship on. Now anything that doesn't have an engine in it gets boxed. Cool. Okay, and where are we at here? That's 0, 34, and 2. Hey, Kestrel, how you doing? I bumped into something, apparently. Oh, right. Okay, there's a cargo container there. Alright, so... Oh, I went the wrong way. Alright, so this is going to have to get trimmed out a bit in here, just for comfort, as it were. Like that. Yeah, we're okay on this side. It was just here. We're a little proud, but that's all right. And then, okay. Okay, well, damn, George. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna have to then put basically an armored corridor that goes straight down under that. That's not terrible though. We need to grab this and we'll do that for now. There we go. Pretty unlikely I'd take a shot into that. We'll see, though. I did have the outer hatch damaged in the first brawl, so doing all right. Well, usual complaint about being bored and unemployed, but beyond that, life is generally treating me pretty well. Tried PvE for the first time today. Got some help from the audience. Got some good advice. Didn't win either time, but timed out on the first one, which isn't terrible. And then basically made some silly mistakes on the second one and decided that, better strategic retreat than losing the ship, so. Not... Essentially, I was just... I'd misunderstood how a couple of things worked, and so just was taking more damage than I should have because I just wasn't doing something right, so. Alright, But yeah, it was fun, actually. I had a lot of fun with it. It's a kind of a cool gameplay mode. But yeah, like, absolutely we'll be doing more of that again. A couple things, lessons learned, that kind of stuff. So just doing a bit of re-engineering on the ship, right? And okay, so I'll need a jump foot halfway up, but that's okay. Okay, so I can easily go higher on this side here. We'll do that. So I think I've got a decent enough design. And like I say, it seems to have taken a bit of a kicking and got through, generally speaking. So I'm happy about that. And as I say, it was fun. Just, yeah, straight up fun. So, you know, when it's fun, do more of that. There we go. Yep, no problem. One sec, something really wrong with my sound here. Oh, that's why. That's better. Okay. It's faint. That's bad. Need to fix that. Ooh, okay, yeah, that needs to get fixed too. Yeah, okay. Need to come back and that's a serious problem. Looks okay from the outside, not okay. Let me grab this. Oh, good grief. Okay, that should plug that in. Hmm. No, don't do that. There's two reasons for doing this. One is cheap lighting, and two is that if I walk outside and at any point I see Lumi, I have a serious design issue. Okay, that's clipping. That's not real. Okay. Hmm. Wait a minute. Okay, what did I do here? Oh, there we go. Okay. Do you see that? That's the inside of the ship. Oh, good grief. I just realized what I've forgotten. That's the floor. Hey, booty. Okay, I need to jack this ship up because there's no blast boxes underneath it. If I get hit if I take a hit in the belly, it goes straight in. Okay, well, that's a problem. Okay, I got lots of volume. Do I want to be cheeky about this? And wrong tool. Yeah, I think. Right. God, that would have been ugly. Oh my gosh, that would have been ugly. I mean, part of the reason I have the weapons biased towards the top of the hull is to sort of mentally force me to keep all my enemies, you know, ahead high. But at the same token, you know, well, the enemy's allowed to maneuver as they please. And if I'm getting mobbed, I'm not going to be able to stop some of them from getting belly shots on me. There. We'll do this. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I need to grab a full facing tile. All right. That's the first thing that needed to be fixed. For you. Okay. And then that's a problem. I'll do that. I'll do that. Ah, there it is. Not enough material. Try that again. I suppose, I mean, I could be out of Inconel, but no, I'm out of Inconel. Oh, that's odd. Okay, well, I guess I'll go get some more. Most of the way towards done, though. Yeah, okay, so I've got a couple of boxes that never got closed up properly. Alright. Oh gosh, okay. I'm gonna have to wrap up soon here. I just realized what time it was. So. It's white aluminum. I don't have. Oh, goodness. Inconel. Let's just start with that. You're the basic unit. Why did I use... Oh, God, I got them backwards. Alright, that's fine. Inconel. Over here, then. Was it yellow panel? Yeah, yellow Inconel panel. That's it. So we'll make a batch of... Oh, okay, so I get 20 cubic meters of that. Well, I suppose that means I would like you to... Ooh, and I'm out of that. And tier 3 product, honeycomb. Okay. So maintain 220 cubic meters of that, please. And then so... Okay. It is tier 3 product. One, two, three. Okay. All right, and that'll... All right, so... And then I need Inconel, and then I need over here, I need matte Inconel. And same thing, 200, maintain 2. Okay, so it'll run on 3, not 4, Kestrel. After extensive testing, 3 lines, 2 chefs, 2 waitresses works fine. And then I need Inconel product. Actually, make sure that in your video settings that you do not have all of your available CPU threads used for voxel rendering. Basically you need to have free threads to be able to run complex Lua scripts. Now, I mean, it may be, too, that you have a heap more... yes, the problem is just simply ridiculous number of ships, but... Six out of 12, okay, you should have plenty of threads left then. That should not be an issue. Alright, so we're waiting on... Yeah, I think I'm running... Oh, good grief. Yeah, right, of course. Yes, that's possibly it. I'm not entirely sure, to be entirely truthful, what constitutes yes or no. But, yeah. Oh, you dummy. Never... Oh, I did that completely wrong. Did it completely wrong. Did you see that? It was wrong. So remove an in link from incanal. Remove an in link from incanal. There we go. And then what I really wanted to do was link incanal to the transfer unit. Bloody barking hell. Yep. I find even when I can make 4 lines work, which I have a way to do it, by the way. I disabled the waitress. I have the waitresses set to run when I want them to run. So if I know that there's going to be a lot of churning to make a whole bunch of bits and bobs, I don't run the waitresses. I wait till there's actually stuff to transfer, and then I run the waitresses. But if I do that, then I can run 4 lines. If the 2 waitresses are up, it kills the line almost immediately. Semi at random, in fact. It needs 200 liters. Okay, so I actually would like it to keep 400 liters in here at all times. Yeah. Like I say, from my perspective at least, 3 cooks, 2 chefs, 2 waitresses runs ducky. Lots of speed, you get good parallelism out of that. And it doesn't CPU out at all. So that's how I'm going to be building all of them from now on out. Is that 3-2-2 setup. Okay. So now we're going to be upstairs churning. Now we're going to be up top churning incanal like a mad fool. If that's okay. I suppose the next question is, do I... Yeah, there we go. And we're going to say... I'm going to say keep 880 liters of this stuff available. There. And it's 50... Oh, good grief. It's an hour per stack to do. Alright. Okay, so... It makes no sense. What? Yeah, it's sort of... Okay, it's the matte ink canal I'm out of. Bloody hell. I've got plenty of the yellow, I've got plenty of the glossy. It's the matte ink canal I'm out of. Alright. Well, that's fine. That makes sense. I'm using it at 2-to-1 ratio. Alright. Oop, wrong one. That one. And stack it. Do I have 3... I have the 3-product material, but not the honeycomb. Okay. 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 Bloody hell. Alright. Well... Yeah, that time it killed the manager. But need to move some of the electronics and stuff around. Okay, so it's going to schlep some. It's going to move a little bit of the electronics around, and hopefully we'll be able to start producing soon. Actually building something soon. Oh, it takes 2 minutes. 2 minutes to move a batch. Right, because it moves a batch of 50. Got it. All right. All right. Well. Yes, download the latest version from my fork. That's something I've done in the screen.lua and the screen and the screen.lua and the screen PB. It's some custom ordering I've done. it has, interestingly enough, exposed a bug, which I put forward to NQ Descartes, and he was like, oh, well, damn. So he's fixing that. So, what's... Oh, my pleasure. I wouldn't have it if someone. I wouldn't have it if someone hadn't been willing to put it out for me to put it out for me to make it available to me too. So, and I really like it. I do. It's fun. As silly as it sounds, it makes it's a fun thing to do with industry for me. So yeah. There we go. That's properly halted. Right. So I actually have to call it a day. I have a few things to do, and then in about 3 hours I have the Nubian challenge. So I need to get a couple things done here around the house first. So I'm gonna wrap it up there. Yep. Likewise. It bothers me to have a whole bunch of machinery sitting idle doing nothing. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that. There we are. So, yeah. So that was fun. Made some progress. Enjoying the PvE stuff. That was fun. I absolutely enjoyed that. So we will be doing more of that. Reworking to be done on the shipbuilding. Once I've got the armor jacket set up right, the build set up right, then I'll worry about pretty. And yeah, I think it's fun. Absolutely is fun. Yeah, exactly, Syncopia. Like, if you're running Costco, it's inefficient. Like, I wouldn't do that. But, you know, for some people, the right answer is, you know, the monster factories feeding in real time to main... But the kind of stuff I'm doing makes no sense at all. So, alrighty. Let's see who else is around. Twitch. I see North Does Gaming is on, but I don't know if what's he streaming. Okay. No, he's not. Engine, okay. Dual. Universe. I'm the only person streaming currently, Bill Universe. So that's it for now, I guess, folks. So thank you again. I deeply appreciate your time. It's fun to have folks hanging out with me and chit-chatting while I'm gaming and cheering me on and, you know, pointing out where there's things that could be done better. And, you know, this is fun. I don't mind, The only time I mind backseat gaming is if it's the third time I've been told and I knew the answer the first 3 times. But other than that, it was fun. It really was to have everyone, you know, while I was trying to figure out how everything works, you know, telling me what the buttons were and stuff like that and giving me advice. And yeah. So shout out to Hawk and Browser Frog and everybody else. And yeah, we're going to wrap it up there. Take care of yourselves. Have fun with whatever games you're playing. If there are folks you like to game with, take a moment, send them a message on Discord. Send them send them a screenshot of the cool thing you did lately. Let them know you're thinking of them. We live in a time... I knew that, Booty, but, you know... But I do that intentionally. I'm a streamer. I want to play... You know, it's good to have people chatting. So likewise. But yeah, if there's folks you haven't seen in a while, either in DU or other games you love to play, reach out to them. We live in a time and a place where it's very, very easy to feel isolated and away from others, particularly coming into this season. There are 32 global religions that in the next 90 days have a major holiday focused around community and family. And if you don't have that, sometimes your gaming group is your community and is your family. Reach out to those people you haven't spoken to in a while. Send them screenshots of your favorite games. Let them know you're thinking of them. It can mean so much. All right? Take care of yourselves, friends. We'll catch you soon. Bye-bye.